fucking CSD.
I don't think I ever played Switch Axe in Monster Hunter World. We were scammed. Who? What? Oh, the discharge? Oh, where you latch onto the monster. I see. Hey, Hitman Cell, thank you for the 2 months. I thought you were streaming World. I mean, read the title, man. Alright, so, I mean, we still have our frickin' quota 13 run. I guess we can just continue it. If we die, we die. I don't know. Alright, so... we want the trank gun. The indestructible drone.
An awesome choice, stranger.
And... we're gonna put a stun and this in here. Really? Oh shit, hold on. Oh my god, I can't even... I gotta... So you can like... you can do a slide... Okay, okay. I was fucking around. I wasn't really expecting this already. I need to kill this guy, but... oh yeah, I can kill him here. Goodbye. I don't know if I need to stun this guy. Where the hell is the extraction? Man, I haven't... okay. We're gonna use that. I probably should have tried to use like a stun grenade there on these guys. All right, we gotta fucking get moving, dude. Only 22,000. It's pretty cheap. Oh no, not this fucking enemy. Monster orbs only challenge right now. Oh, wow. That went way further than I expected. Okay. This is an extract, right? Okay, it's just not. It wasn't making. Okay, I need to fucking regen my stam, dude. Huh. It's weird. I thought it would be making sound. Does it only make sound when it hasn't been opened yet? Or when it's like when there's one like waiting to be opened, rather? God, I can grab shit from like 10 fucking miles away. Ooh. Okay, I think we... Where the hell am I? Okay. Okay. Jesus. I think we should take the box here. Well, actually, there's another... I don't know if we actually have to. The other extract is closer, so... I guess we'll just turn in. Wait, is there anything up here? The Sister Fister? No. Alright. It's awfully quiet. Well, we have a staff. This isn't even the right way, dude. God damn it, dude. What the fuck am I doing? Ah, son of a bitch. Jesus. I don't know why I didn't indestructible this thing right off the rip. That was stupid. It lost. Wasn't half. It was a bit less than that. Oh wait, he actually fucking saw me? Think? Dude, how did I not get the grab on that?
You should have done that. 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 You should have done that.
Wow, that actually got him. I'm shocked. I really thought I fucked that up. Apparently I'm fine. Nice. Can... Okay. Actually a lot of stuff in here. I feel like I never see anything in here. There's no way you can get like...
You print money. I like money.
We need to find another extract. Okay, there's one here. I hate breaking these doors by accident like this. Yeah. Nice. We'll do this one. Okay. The head tried. He tried. I gotta do this. There we go. Yeah. That's Hey, Cuphead, thank you for the 98 months. I have 7 strength, but I need more, clearly.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
I was like, where the fuck did he go? Extract doesn't kill the drones. Sometimes it does. If the drone is outside of the circle, or the zone. It can kill it, actually. I don't want to drop the gun, because it can fire accidentally. Alright, we gotta get moving and find... We found 3 out of 4 extracts. And one of the extracts has a giant box next to it. Gotta be this way. No, no, the robe isn't an insta-kill. Another one. Oh. That's fucking annoying. There's a vase I could grab, I guess. Other than that, I don't... I guess I'll grab the vase and then we'll just get the fuck out. The giant box is next to the other extract. Honestly, I probably just shouldn't even bother getting all the, like, do I really need more upgrades at this point? I mean, I guess I need the energy crystals, so I do need money for that, but... More strength, yeah. Just, I think the head and the gun guy are gonna respawn soon. I was scared of, like, stepping into the acid there. Oops. Yeah, this is why I was like, I need to get the fuck out, because... yeah. I need to wait for my stam. I should have went faster. I knew they were gonna respawn soon. If I hit the head with that trank, it might have worked out, but... There's an eyeball there. Oh, the drone was still on it. Hello? Can I not lift this thing? Bro, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is happening? Oh. Yo, Blue, thank you for the raid. Alright. We made it. We need a big old heal. Shit, we probably need 2, honestly. Definitely another stun grenade. Definitely get strength. Could get up. Let's get an extra jump. My god. Maybe some. Get up to like 200 stam. We need crystals though, too. 25k. Jesus. Hmm. I think we need to get 2 crystals. I hope you had a good stream, Blue. Thank you again so much for the raid. I'm just gonna add all the health packs. Fuck it. Yeah, I know. I'm not doing any glitches on this run. Just that's lame. Shotgun OP. Not really. Alright, we're gonna keep 1 stam in the cart for a full refill. Because when you consume the stam upgrade, it fully refills your stams. Pretty nice. Man, that used a lot of our juice. Maybe we should have bought 3 crystals. Look at this. That's ridiculous. Yo, bored KB, thank you for the 38 months. Hold on, can I pull this? I can pull the cart back without starting the level. Alright, we're gonna put 2 stuns in here. The health kit. She will keep a stun on us. I think that's fine. I mean, we could I know one of these mines, like, continue... I don't know, is it the stun mine that, like, continuously activates? That one's kind of sketch. Like an arsenal in the cart. Oh my gosh. Okay. You gonna play Ronin? Possibly. When does that come out? More holes. Great. I need to kill enemies before... So, like, the way enemy spawns work in this game, apparently, is that if you kill them, like, early enough, then their respawn timer will be longer. Like, enemies respawn faster the longer the match goes on. So... Okay. Cool.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Okay. Okay. Jesus. Dude, how many fucking enemies are there? Jesus. This... Dude. Fuck. No. Why is it... Why? Why do you do that? Okay, I guess the side is better for the box. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know if I can get the box in here. I'm gonna have to put the box on top. I'm not fucking around and destroying the cart by accident. I have to put the box on top of the cart. Oh my fucking god, dude. That was ridiculous. Just, like, absolutely fucking ridiculous. If the box is doing that, does it just like infinitely spawn enemies? Because that's kind of what it felt like. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even gonna grab the monkey. Another server here. Okay, there's an extract here. Right. Okay. Chainsaw. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. I don't even know if I should... I don't know if I should check lockers. I mean, diamonds are nice, but they're pretty rare anyways. There's no... I despise this room. Ugh, it goes... Alright, hold on, let's... While there's no enemies around, I think there's an extract here, and if there is, we're just gonna turn it in and get the fuck out of this area. Oh yeah, okay. I am not risking moving anything through this, like, extract. I'm just getting in and getting the fuck out. Avoiding this room at all costs. The scariest thing is if you get an eyeball in this room, which thankfully we didn't. We actually should have been looking out for one, so that probably could have ended our run. Do we even want... okay. Oh, fuck this battery. Can I just grab this girl? Oh. I don't have enough strength still. Whatever, dude. I don't really care. Can I get up? Okay, we gotta fucking get a move on, chat. Fucking bag. Okay, that's perfect. Nice. Okay, the last extract must be the other way. Wait, oh, I don't have the gun. Oh, it's out of fucking ammo now. Where the hell is the other extract? There must have been another path this way then, right? Unless I'm blind and missed it in the previous area. There's that extract, but... I mean, I don't... Was it at the start? Oh. So bad. Huh. Okay. He targeted the ground. Hmm. I don't understand. Is that because I was crouching when he saw me, or like it's so weird? Like I feel like 99% of the time, dude, I don't know where the fuck. I don't know where the fuck the extract was. Oh man, that was such a shit like map, but I don't know where the fuck. Yeah, we could have reloaded the gun, but I guess if you're crouched when he aims at you, it does that. I don't know. I didn't see anything on the map though. That was so fucked up though. We had so many. There were so many enemies. Sucks that there's no like stun resist in this game. Like the only thing that you really need to worry about is like falling into a pit more than anything. I think we were on level 14 or 15. I think it was 14. You know, I was wondering though if like I wonder if the anti-gravity drone could prevent you from, like, falling to your death. The thing is, you can't really... You can't afford... Like, you don't want to have the anti-gravity drone on, like, at all times, so... Yeah, I don't know. It would use way too much battery, I think. Well... You would fall slower, which means that you would recover from your stun before you hit the pit. Well, it depends how deep the pit is, I guess. You could use feather? What, for jumping? If you jump like 6 times with the feather drone, it's out of battery already, so that doesn't really work. I used the feather drone to like jump up to one spot, and I think I jumped with it 3 times and it lost 60% battery. What happened? We fucking died. We fucking died. And now we're back to square one. Back to being low quota. No range. Life.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
This will work, surely. Yeah, that was a good first quota. All right, 24K. We've got one. Oh, we've got 2 strengths. They're super fucking expensive though, but whatever, I guess. I think we can get... No, we can't. Fuck. Oh, we can take that out. Get this. There we go. Oh, man. Such a good run we had going. At least we can prioritize getting more strength. Because the thing is, if we get enough strength, we can pick up anything. So we need to get every single strength upgrade that shows up. Like, it's so important. Yeah, like needing to trank every enemy is like such a waste of money when you think about it, because I mean, you're like, you have to, every time you trank, you have to spend, oh my god. Every time you trank, you're spending energy, which then you need to buy more crystals. Whereas if you have strength, you can just fucking kill anything without worrying. So like, yeah, clearly pumping strength is the play, because then you save all the money on the crystals. You do shift jump Q, or use smaller medium items to stun enemies. I don't think it stuns them for very long though. Like at all. Like you could do that, or you could just pick them up and throw them in a pit without needing to, you know, have an item or risk knocking yourself into a pit by using the tumble. I think we just turn this in now. Can you smash enemies with the cart? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. People said that the Shadow Child has little HP, but it doesn't die in one grenade, so I just don't get this whole it has no HP thing, because if it doesn't die in one grenade, how is that low HP? So many crowns in here. I hope they add like more collectible items in this game, because I'm sure they will. You know, I think what would be cool is if they add like a shrink drone and they have items that are like literally too big. They're like too big to actually fit through like the doorways, so you like have to shrink them down. But then I guess that could also, I don't know. I guess you would also be able to use that on other stuff. The duck bucket, yeah. Would choke you so hard without the drone. Yeah, but then it's like a progression thing, right? Oh dear lord. Do we want to get more loot? I don't even know. Lucky it didn't break my shit. feel like we've already got... Oh, come on. Interesting. If the box can't open... Yeah, like the box wasn't able to open there. Interesting. Am I gonna be able to take this rhino? Classic rhino. Alright, whatever, dude. Just put it down. I could bring it separately after, but then I have to go all the way back. Which is kind of annoying. There's one room I didn't check, but that's okay. Oh god. That's fine, actually. Luckily it didn't hit me. Yeah, it was the road. Alright. Not too shabby. Okay, strength. It doesn't matter how much it costs, just fucking get it. Alright, we're gonna get a health. And a sprint speed. There's a recharge drone. I think we should get that. While it's here. And... I guess a stam? I don't know. You know, I probably could have not got the health and instead got the range. I think that might have been better. Did I say hippo? I meant rhino. Yeah, like, not having range is so annoying. I hate it. I know stuff can sometimes be behind, like, the corners. Another guitar.
Don't touch my nose! Don't do it again!
It's kind of annoying. Why not check toilet loot spawns? I don't think anything spawns in the toilets. Or if it does, it's like a fucking 1 in a 10,000 chance, because I've never fucking seen a single item in the toilet itself. Will the clown bomb kill this guy?
You should have done that. 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 You should have done that.
Nope. Wow, that's fucking great. I mean, the explosion from that is pretty fucking big, so... Having a shadow guy is miserable, though. Yeah, I've seen stuff spawn in the stalls themselves, though it's also pretty rare. I think we just take this back once we loot this room, if there's anything. Just a bunch of junk, it seems like. Whatever. Good enough. How many enemies are there total? It depends. I think, so like, once you get to level 11 in this game, the difficulty actually stops increasing. Like, the enemies, the amount of, there will never be more enemies that spawn past round 11. But, so the devs put out like a video for an update yesterday. And they did say they want to make the end game more interesting for people that get to like the really high levels. So yeah, that's cool. I don't know what they're gonna do exactly, but curious to see. I don't know. Speedrunning this game is literally just completely RNG. Like, it's kind of annoying, to be honest. Not really a big fan. Well, like, the only thing that matters in the run is just getting good shop RNG. Well, and good loot RNG, I guess, but... I'm just picking up fucking scraps at this point. I have 3 strength. Laser guy pops up and destroys barrel. I hope not. Oh my god, wait, there's a box there. I saw another item somewhere. We're really min-maxing here. So you're telling me something can spawn in the toilet? Okay, you're gonna stay back up there. And gnomes almost ruined everything. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know. It might have been a way. It might have been possible to avoid damage there, but I'm okay with that. That is so incredibly fucking lame. Oh my god. Wow. Wow, that's fucking crazy. Well, good thing I collected $35,000 in the cart. For no fucking reason. Oh, so annoying. I don't know, man. We just lost like 3 range upgrades and a health. Or like a stam and a health. Just lost 5 upgrades because of that. Well, the loot can't be extracted anymore. Oh man, I don't know if I should reset or not. I guess it's fine. That was so cringe, dude. That was actually so fucking insanely stupid. Well, I mean, part of the difficulty, chat, is putting everything in. Like, it would be way too easy if you just pressed a button once everything was okay. In my opinion, anyways. I mean, at least we have 5 strength. And, I mean, the other upgrades will still be cheap, I think. Hopefully. Dude, I hate that, like, you can't go under some of these couches. I think the upgrade price depends on how many you have. But I could be wrong. I mean, we'll find out. For sure. Isn't the head in there? Okay, we should... I guess we'll just go this way. I don't know if I should, like, turn my gamma up more. I feel like it's so dark. I don't know if that's too much, though. Got a grandfather clock. Wait, is that 2 grand? Oh wait, no, that's just a rhino. I think we should complete the first extract. How long does he do that for? Okay. Yeah, a lot of the objects can like turn on, but I don't really know what causes it. What? I I think I somehow grabbed him. I don't know. I meant to grab the cart. Maybe I should have waited. I don't know. I was kind of impatient, but the head enemy is kind of annoying. All right. Let's go this way. Get away from him. Maybe he'll despawn. We're lucky. So we'll probably have to take the clock over this way, I think. Oh my god, there's a painting too. Damn. That's pretty poggers. I know. Being a lot of stuff here. All right. This might be kind of complicated though. The rhino in there. Oh, we can actually put the painting in. That's really good. Beautiful. I feel like I need to stand this thing up. Oh my god, dude. Okay. I need to do it from here. There we go. I think it's okay. Damn, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. That's still here. What's this guy doing? There's a fucking piano.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
A rhino.
Don't touch my nose. Don't do it again. You should have done that. 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 You should have done that.
Did we kill him? Okay, you know what? That's fine. I don't know if that was a net gain. I think we lost like 6 or 7K, but at least he's fucking dead. Like, normally there's not really any loot back here, but sometimes you can have something big. Hey, Sir Chaos. Yeah, I mean, that head was just getting on my nerves. I didn't want him around, so. He's gone now, at least. Enemies do respawn, but if you kill an enemy, the respawn timer is like much long. Oh my god. Honestly, I think I just gotta move this rhino on its own. Any tips? Get your strength up really high. Because that will help the most in the long run, I think. Is it thinner if I bring it this way? Okay, I'm curious. Can I put the cart in here and have it be okay? I can. Okay, nice. Dude. Oh my god. I fucking hate this enemy. He just knocked like 12k off instantly just by fucking touching it. And he just, dude, just leave, man. Ugh. He's gonna like walk back in here, just fucking watch. Please leave. I feel like I should just turn in the fucking thing, man. Save myself the frustration of trying to move this fucking thing. I'm not gonna be able to fucking like look at this piece of shit, bro. Why does he look at me like that? Dude, I was full sprinting and he still fucking caught me? Crazy. All right. Getting one of these and a... Wait, are these 3k each? Get some healing. Alright. Oh wow, we got 2 more strength upgrades. I don't care how much they cost, just fucking put them in. Alright, yeah, see, the stamps are still cheap. There's 1 range upgrade. You know, actually, well, I really want range. So, like, I think there is some, like, kind of manipulation you can do because, like, for example, I think I could wait until there's a bunch of range available and then get them all for cheaper. Because, like, all these stamps are 5k. Like, the range there was 7k, but there's a possibility I could have gotten, like, 3 or 4 for, like, 7k. But I hate not having range. It's, like, so fucking terrible. I hate it so much. There's a gun, but I don't really need that. Crystals are already getting so expensive too. I guess I'll just get everything. I don't know. We're on like level 4 right now or something. We could be much further, but I guess we're trying to like min-max the loot, which maybe I shouldn't do. I don't know. Well, we have 7 strength now. Oh, we're on level 5. No, you can't lift all monsters at 9. I don't know what strength you need for like every single monster. I think like 13. Yeah. Might need to take this chainsaw back to the extract.
Don't do it again.
Oh. It's like, what did I just see? $14 to $15. Yeah, that makes sense. How much do we have in the card? 12k? Sometimes opening these lockers is like so awkward. I feel like this should work, but what if I'm crouched? Oh, okay. There we go. Strength is the best upgrade. Yeah, well, like the thing is, if you get enough strength, you can just kill stuff by grabbing it, which is like so strong because then you don't need to spend your money on the energy crystals, which honestly starts adding up to like a lot. And then you don't have to worry about like recharging or anything. Honestly, I feel like once I hit, like if I get 15 strength, it's gonna be like easy mode at that point. Like, I mean, what can even fucking kill you? Well, I guess like a bad eye spawn would be like the most dangerous thing, but basically kill like any enemy. No problem. But yeah, they can combo you, sure. That's true. I don't know if I feel like I should go to the extracts. Just turn this stuff in. Got a clown. But there's nothing. We need to. It's got to be an item I didn't see somewhere, right? Really? Maybe behind the door? Maybe not. I don't know. Fuck. It's kind of an annoying first location. Well, I guess let's just take that big one back to this extract. You know, maybe I probably could have put it on the cart. The server. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that's... God damn it. I don't know if that was good. Okay. This fucking thing. The fuck up. Oh wait, no. I want to do it from the bottom. Is this thing like butt heavy or something, dude? What the fuck? What? Dude. What is my strength? Okay, I guess pulling is better than... No, don't... Dude. I don't know what's going on. Do I need my DPI to be higher? Why do you keep going at a sideways fucking angle? I'm so tilted right now, actually. Okay. I don't know if it can go in. I feel like it needs to be standing up. Try grabbing the middle. Maybe grabbing the middle is better. I don't know actually. Yeah, maybe I was not physicking correctly. I mean, yeah, maybe you can have it flat. I don't know. I feel like it would be pretty precise though. How many vases? Yeah, you saw nothing, chat. Okay, well, there's a flamethrower in there. Well, that was lucky.
Oh, majestic!
Come on, man.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
That's nice. Yeah, I didn't know how much. I don't know the thresholds that well. No, the clown's probably really heavy. Oh wait, my cart's over here. Whatever, man. I knew it was gonna fall off. I knew it. I didn't want to carry it all the way to the extract, though. I mean, we could stun this guy and kill him. But then, again, we're stuck with an orb that we can't fucking... Alright, there's an extract here. Alright, looks good. Oh, really? Cynic? Yeah, I'll get the flamethrower, don't worry. I'm just grabbing all the other shit. Alright, just the flamethrower now, I guess, and then... Hello, Via Vatu. What's up, man? 38k? Nice. So we've got 80k total now. So I'm not sure where the other path was, though. I guess somewhere over here. Oh, we can kill this guy. Oh, that's nice. Could have killed this guy. Round 7 or 8 with 3 strength. Yeah, that's brutal. The shop RNG is like everything in this game. Like, if you want to get a good speedrun, you need a good shop RNG. I mean, high quota, eventually you'll get enough strength, but it can make it a lot harder if you don't get it early. Like 7 strength at level 5 already is pretty nuts. I think I got 2 strength upgrades except for 1 level. Trank level 2, yeah. Alright, anyways. Guess it's this way. Ooh, a barrel. I hate checking these lockers, man. You know what they should fucking make is like a vacuum that you can like suck up only small items with, like the really small stuff. You could just like vacuum open the lockers and just fucking like suck out the ocarinas and stuff. I don't know. I think that would be funny. Or a magnet, yeah, something like that. I don't know. If it was only connected to the cart, yeah, maybe. I mean, that's essentially what the pocket cart is, in a way. Did I check these ones? Dude, why do they like, they get like stuck sometimes. It's so weird. Oh, it's this fucking extract. Yeah, the duck basket is funny. I don't think it's actually going to be very... I think it's just going to be like a troll item, though, in a way. Like, I don't think it's actually going to be very useful, but... I feel like grabbing the center probably the best with this, at least with my current strength level. Oh, I should not have tried to go through this way. Ugh, this is not a fun location. Not the biggest fan of this. Yeah, well, dude, I would have had level 4 range right now, Cynic, but I had a cart with $40,000 in it, and I put a server tower in, which activated it, and as I'm about to push the cart in, the 40k cart, the Shadow Man fucking grabs me, and so I lost 40k. Yeah, hey, Sheriff, thank you for the 3 months. Getting trolled. Oh my god, more strength. Oh, they're so expensive. Alright, wait, let's see. What else do we have? Ooh, indestructible drone? Alright, well, we buy them. I mean, it doesn't matter how fucking expensive it is. We need more strength, so fuck it. Stams are still cheap. Yeah, ranges went up in price, so like it would have been better to wait on the ranges, but I couldn't be bothered. I might just get 2 range. I don't know. I like having range so much. How do you run under the table? Just in case anything shows up. I think you can also, like, stand on the window. I'm not even gonna get feather drone. Alright, we have 9 strength. We have, like, the same amount of strength I had on my other run that was at level 14. And we're at level 6. So, yeah, like, prioritizing strength is definitely the play. Because, I mean, once you get enough strength, you're just, like, you're fucking unstoppable. There's nothing here, really? Oh. Okay then.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Yeah, the duck. The duck is annoying. I wish that there was a way to, like, deal with them up. I mean, you can use a stun grenade, I guess. Or a trank. But they're so tiny, it's kind of annoying to trank them. And headbutt the ducks. Hmm. Man, dude, like, there's something under the bed? Where's the fucking loot on this map, man? It's so empty. Surely there's like something big down here, right? Like a piano? Oh. TV, I guess. I guess I should not have done that. Oops. God damn it. So you can headbutt them? Do they, if I headbutt them, do they freak out? Don't. Go in, please. Can I pick this guy up? Well, now I can. This is so fucking annoying. Uh, Alright, dude. I'm in physical fucking pain. My god. Everything was good, and then the fucking TV, like... Please, center yourself. Okay, you know what, we'll just put it on like this. Alright. Let's go. This has been like such a rough first section, it's crazy. Like, we've checked every room and there's just nothing. Like, fucking anywhere. It's gotta all be later. I'm impatient? I don't know. I don't even feel like I was being that impatient there. Okay, we're leaving this extract for later.
Don't do it again.
I have this part explored, but yeah, I was gonna say, I don't feel like I've been in here. He always gets a shot first, I see. Any loot up here? No? Hmm. You rotate towards you, you force him to trip. Oh, okay. I see. Dude, this is fucking crazy. There's gotta be some big loot somewhere, but like... There's just like... I don't know, we're not finding anything.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
I don't know if like big stuff can spawn up there. I'm not sure how to get up there actually. Wait, maybe here? There's gonna be something big in one of these rooms. There has to be. The painting up to a loot item, no. We can kill this guy. That's not what I wanted to do. Brr. Oh, I almost clicked him again. Should I fucking stun grenade him and just toss him into a pit or something? Wait, where'd he go? We don't. Yeah, we don't even need to throw him into the pit. Just smash him. All right. I don't want to deal with this fucking guy. Anything big in here? That base is very durable. Yeah. Dude, like, where the fuck is the loot, though? I feel like we've still barely... Oh, there's a TV. Okay. That's good. We've still barely found anything. There could be some big stuff upstairs here, though. $22K. Ugh. I didn't want to. Dang it. Fucking falling down. Ugh. I feel like I probably shouldn't put the rhino on this. Ugh. This fucking level has been awful. Oh. Okay. There we go. Well, like, the thing is, if it wasn't for, like, if pits didn't exist, I feel like you would never die in this game. Or, I don't know. I feel like the pits are kind of needed. Okay, I mean, I think we're gonna have to take the statue to a different spot. There we go. Wait, no, a little bit more. Okay. Oh god. Oh, he's going the other way. That's good. I'm dead. Dude. Well, how did he see me? Yeah, no, I forgot I had the invincible drone. I didn't. I wish I had a stun grenade, man. Fuck, I should have bought more. Ugh. It's- We do have a clown bomb, yeah. Don't we have 2 clown bombs? I can't remember. I think that. Okay, wait. This one hasn't been primed yet. Okay. That was kind of silly. I mean, I want to grab him, but the problem is we have... Okay, I think the big guy's gone. Alright. Yeah, this lost, like, 5k. I forgot I had the indestructible drone. But his, like, tail got, like, stuck in the fucking wall. What the fuck? Alright, hold on. We need to stand this thing up. There we go. Grab it by the butt, I guess. Nope. I fucking hate this shit sometimes. God, please. I just can't. Okay. Okay, relax. Like, I can't fucking get it to stand up. Please. Thank you. Okay. Is it back heavy? All right, we're gonna lift up the back then. Oh, that was painful. That was really bad, but hey, whatever. It's okay. Yeah, we still have the statue. Wait, I fucking forgot about that. Well, there's an extract close by. Unless that's... Yeah, no, that's an extract. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's the ship. Fuck. It'll fit in the cart, the statue. I'm not doing that. The problem is I don't have the ship now. I hate being inefficient. Alright, alright. All is well. It's totally worth it. Oh my fucking god, this is trash. Use the cart, they said. It'll be fine, they said. Alright, honestly, I'm just leaving it. Why is this game like this? Okay, we're gonna grab the dead center of the base. Surely that... Like, I don't understand how to grab... Like, how am I supposed to grab this thing so it doesn't fall over? Like, you would think the center of that would be good, but... Maybe just the set, maybe the actual center of the statue. Grab the balls, yeah. I don't think range has any relevance as to... Yeah, I don't think range matters at all. I don't really remember where I need to go now, though. That's back towards the start. Was there another extract towards the start? Wait, maybe it was here. Let's wait for our stam to come back before we turn this in. Can we grab the alien guy? Okay. I'm out of here. Is there a bigger cart in the shop? They can't really make the cart bigger because otherwise it wouldn't fit through the doorways. All right. Stun grenade. Oh my god, look how expensive the strengths are. Holy shit, 44k. Do we get them both still? I mean, we don't really need anything else, so... There's no health upgrades. Yeah, we need to buy another health pack. I'm gonna get the tumble upgrade, too. $13k. Get another grenade. Save up crystals. The thing is, I shouldn't really need crystals for anything for a while. Let's put a medium in too. There's no drones. Alright, I gotta use the restroom, chat. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. What are we on? Level 7? Maybe I should put the level on the screen. Alright. 11 fucking strength. Okay. There's a thunderstorm mod. Oh. It's not that hard to just have a counter on the stream anyways. Don't think I need strength. Well, you're wrong. Because I do need strength. Strength is, like, the strongest stat, genuinely. Can I jump? Can I grab the Shadow Child? Can. Not more than 11. You actually want 13. Well, even like 14 or 15, any reason? Because you can grab every single enemy in the entire game at 13 strength. Which is pretty good. Really. Goodbye. This quota is so low. 10,000 only? It's a pretty cheap quota. What? God, dude, I can't fucking aim. This is... There we go. Just wanted to get upstairs. Can I grab... Oh, no. I need 13. Wait, can I grab the robe? Is it 13? No? Okay. Overlaps with the extraction number. Yeah. There's like never anything up here, but maybe there will actually be something. I don't think I've ever seen anything good here. Like anything big. Maybe it's possible though. Alright, well, we gotta go back and just turn this in, I think. See if there's anything in this room. Okay, it keeps going that way. Don't think I've seen anything up there, period, yeah. Can I grab the head guy? No. That also 13? I'm gonna go this way. Okay, I guess that works. freaking head is like freaking out. Depth perception is tough, chat. What the? I mean, we could just stun him, I guess. What if I just fucking break? No idea. Cool. Stupid head. Anyways. Do I even care enough about this bottle? Ugh. Not really, but I guess I'll put it up anyways. Can we throw it up? The big potion should be worth more. Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to see what other items they add to the game and stuff, honestly. I definitely think, like, the item variety they could use with, like, a bit more item variety. Dude, how the fuck do you kill this guy? Never close to a pit. The items that have effects with trade-offs, the chainsaw and the staff. Yeah, except the chainsaw doesn't actually do, like, any damage at all. Which is kind of sad. I chainsawed the head enemy for, like, 25 seconds straight. And it didn't die. And ever since then, I've given up on the chainsaw. Man, I gotta say though, like, we are really not getting much big loot. Like, at all. It's all just, like, a bunch of small shit. Yeah, you can kill enemies with the flamethrower. I think the flamethrower does decent damage, maybe. Okay, guys, from across the court. Dang it. I don't really care, it's only 2K. Almost. Alright, we try again. Feeling good about this one. Okay, wait. Nailed it. These quotas are so low. 10,000 on quota on level 7? Like, holy crap, the RNG, dude, speedrunning this game, like, the RNG for the quota amount is fucking insane. Like, you can have a quota that's 30,000 or 10,000, which, like you can have to deliver 120,000 fucking money or 40K. It's like such a crazy drastic difference. I mean, the thing is, it's not like I'm trying to go fast. I'm still trying to grab all the loot anyways, so I don't know where the fuck to go now though. Was there another pathway near the beginning? Maybe. Oh, we never went down here. What the hell is that? Another pot. It's a mod that tells you how much loot is in the map. That's cool, I guess. I don't really like using mods that make the game easier though. Oh. So, I don't know what the does the shockwave, is the shockwave grenade basically just like a stun grenade as well? I don't really know. Pushes away stuff? I don't know. I don't know what it does. I guess it's this way. Wait, is it? Could it be this way? It is. Wow, that's so close to the... This has been such a shit map, dude. I don't... Maybe we missed like a big loot item or something, but... I only need 10K. I know. Yeah, maybe there's some hidden stuff we missed. I don't know. Please stop min-maxing. We need to be able to afford strength, chat, but it's so expensive. Okay, I think... There's 3 stems. I think I want to get more health. Is there a trank gun, maybe? Stun mine. Grenade. We still have the big health kit, right? Dude, why is my, like... My scrolls are so bad. Get it? Maybe a bit of stam. I have too much range? What do you mean? 12 strength, baby. Do I not get scared? I mean, sometimes I do. Depends, I guess. I guess if you get a really low quota, then I guess that means the loot that spawns is... Dude, 12,000? What is with these, like, giga fucking low quotas? What's up, CBD? Like one stack of cash. That's it. Dang it. Dude, the depth perception is genuinely so difficult. Like, I thought I was far enough away there. I was not, though. Well, could have been worse, I guess. Any big loot anywhere, game? I like. It looked so good, and then it just. Hmm. Okay. The plates are like fucking tweaking out. I don't know if my strength is too high or something. Or is it because of the strength? I actually stand on them. If there's any other hidden spots over there I don't know about. Why am I even bothering with this fucking thing? Ugh. Why? Why does the game give me all this shit? The monkey land up there? Oh, whatever. All right. Can I grab this lady? Oh. Oh, I can. Don't fucking roll out. Please. Ah. I'm so lucky. I mean, I knew it was gonna fall out in there. And we need one more strength and we can grab anything. Fucking gnomes. There's an item here? Wait, is that the cart? No, wait. Oh. Okay, there's an extract here. Ooh, there's probably some big stuff in this room over here? Oh, maybe up top? Oh. That was brilliant. I'm a fucking bozo. Uh... Yeah, there's still like 15 on it. I shouldn't have greeted like that. Be something here too. Okay, where do I want to grab it? There we go. Okay. The front seems best. I try to bump it into stuff with the indestructible drone. Yeah, well, I don't really worry when I have the indestructible drone. Okay, I'll be honest, I don't know if I want to grab that radio. The radios are worth, like, fucking nothing. Oh my god. TVs. Bunch of TVs and radios. I am struggling, chat. Sure, that'll do. Guess. Okay. Should be an extract here. Hopefully. There is. All right, we go up. I think there's... Could be stuff down here. Oh my god, another TV. Oh. Dude, where's all the big loot, man? I'm not even gonna bother grabbing the music box. Fuck it, I don't care. Yo, what's up, Leppa? How's it going, man? I could do some like Team R.E.P.O. And take a pause on this run. If people want to play. I know CBD was here earlier, Kyle was here, my brother. Ooh. The level counter isn't right. Yeah, I fucked up. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Is there an item in the corner here, or... Wait, what? Oh, that was the one downstairs, right. Oh yeah, we can grab this piece of crap. How far have you made it in solo, Leppa? You're not gonna be able to join today? Okay, no worries, CBD. No worries. I know Salad and Trey were here earlier as well. Although it's... I guess it's getting a little... Oh, what the fuck? Big item gonna be in here. This is like... This is wild. I don't... I've never seen such small loot before. A baby throwing stuff? Oh, classic. Wait. Did I check? I jam the clown in there. I try hard enough.
Well, that's right out.
Okay, I gotta remember. Wait, is this is this? Oh yeah, this is it. Okay.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
I missed stuff. I don't fucking care, man. "13 strength? No! Damn. Hey, a trank gun, though.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
We could get... I don't know if we need more sprint speed. Maybe range? I don't know. I mean, we have... Yeah, I know I threw one behind the machine. I feel like my range is pretty good already.
Oh.
I could check the ceiling, but honestly, I don't really think it matters. Oh, actually, no, I can't. Well, technically, I can. Whatever. Well... hmm. Yo, Douche Rocket, thank you for the bits, man.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
All right. Okay, where do we want to go? Is the gun dude one shot? No. Anything behind? Yay. I think it just fell out somehow. Wait. Oh. No, no, no. Bad baby. Die. No, 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 no. Die. Oh, fuck.
My name is Gnomes.
Yo, Douche Rocket, thank you for the 1,000 bits again, man. And Grury, thank you for the 28 months. Felipe, thank you for the 27. Lynchy, thank you for the 14. Oh, come here, ducky. Oh, it landed in... I was like, where the fuck did it go? Oh, there's another duck. You can't kill the duck with strength, actually.
My name is Gnomes. Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Can I go into that room? Ah. Dude, these like orbs just are so they're like the hitbox is so much bigger than they look. They take up so much space, even like that tiny one. It's a hole. Double goblin head, oh joy. Can I get any like big items ever? Game? Please. Like I am just collecting garbage. It's fine. Worrying too much about it. Alright. Alright, buddy. My loot now. Cube, yeah.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Okay. Interesting. Cube. Are we? Gosh. Okay. This is the closest one. Oh my god, there's 2 cubes here. This is the closest one to main. So. Who the hell died here? Alright, well... We have the extract back there. Alright, let's... Ooh. Ooh, okay, okay, Alright, let's take this... It's front heavy. Okay. We're gonna put this in here. Also this. That bottle break, actually? I don't know. I don't... Okay. Because the cart's gonna have to go there, I think. God. Okay. Jesus. Dude. fuck it. I don't even care. What? I, I don't I don't understand what just happened, but whatever, I guess. Does this fit in? There's nothing in... I don't think there can be loot in the... I don't think there could be loot in the extraction rooms themselves. I'm pretty certain. I can try, but... That's sad. I mean, they just don't want loot spawning in the place where you need to, like, extract, which kind of makes sense. Oh yeah, we can go. You just keep going until you die, but I mean, the devs did say they want to add, like, story progression elements and stuff, which would mean potentially, like, being able to beat the game, I guess? I don't know. Alright. Well, we turn that in, and then we go to the final one. Boom. I wonder how much money we're gonna get from this. $60K, and I think we've got... No, you don't, baby. No, you don't, baby. Oh my fucking god. No. Wait, am I dead? I'm okay, dude. There's no pits nearby. It's so fucking annoying. There's none. There's no pits. Why is the duck like this? Just stay in the fucking cauldron! I don't know why I was able to prevent the baby from throwing the bag one time, and then the second time it just flew like it flew so fucking far. It was so weird. You know, fuck you. Fuck you too. Alright, come on, give me a strength. Nice. Alright, chat. We got it. We fucking got it. Grab everything now. Did we use a big med kit? I don't know. I think I'm gonna add a crystal though. Because the trank gun is still handy in some situations. So we'll get the 2 health. I don't really want to try to manage 2 carts on my own, to be honest. I'm gonna get another big med kit in case I need it, I guess. What if cart breaks? Just don't break the cart. All right. $13 frickin' strength, baby. Oh my god, finally something like decent. Okay, what if I grab at the middle? Oh, yeah, I guess we did get the griffin, that's true. That was decent, but just like, we really haven't found that much big stuff in the grand scheme of things for being on level 10, in my opinion. There's a box in here. I think... Oh my god. Finally, we're actually getting shit. Damn. Got a box, a server. Anything up here? Doesn't seem like it. Guy. Yeah, I can go behind the server, I guess. I need to put the card in first, though. Also, the eyeballs, we haven't really had that many eye spawns. The eyes are genuinely, like, probably one of the scarier spawns, just because if you're in a dangerous room, it can get you killed very easily. Shouldn't even bother with these small items. Wait, I could just grab him. I don't know why I shot him. I'm used to having to shoot him, but... I think it's gone. Oh well. Alright. This is why we bought 2 health kits. Yeah, I know you need to dodge the first shot, but that's not that hard to do. Wait, I don't even think we can do the server, honestly. Wait, I thought I bought another big one. Oh wait, I think I did. I think it's in the cart. Yeah. A monster hunter. Yeah. Yeah, there was no way I was fitting that other one in there, I don't think. It's too much loot. Oh god. I hate this fucking room so much. Okay. I don't know if we save this for last. Fuck, I don't know. I kind of want to just be done. No, no, no. I want to be done. I want to be done with this area. I don't know. We just gotta grab the server, bring it over here, and then just say sayonara to this fucking place. Honestly, maybe we shouldn't even bother with the server. But we're doing it. Yeah, an eye monster there is very, very scary. Guess we could have put a flamethrower in. I don't even, honestly, I don't really care that much about the flamethrower. Dude, I'm just so OP now. Oh, there's an enemy? Guess I'll just grab it. Yeah, you could make 2 money bags if you want to torture yourself. I have 13 strength. Okay, well there's an extract over there. I guess I'll go in just so it's marked on my map. How deep in do I have to go? There we go. We'll go find the 4th extract and do this other one last, I think. Sorry, Betty. Oops. Okay. We've got... All right. Watch this, chat. Wait a sec, hold on. This actually could work. I want to see if I can do this. I know this is stupid and I'm just wasting my time, but... Like, I'm curious if the angle... No, it doesn't really work. Alright, whatever. How does that not do damage? Alright, we are like... I don't know why we're... Just grab this thing and get the hell out of here. Can you not go that way, please? Thank you. Alright, the next extract's just on the way back, so pretty chill. 74,000. I feel like at a certain point we should just try to go for like speed rather than like actually getting every single piece of loot. Because like really what, I mean the only thing I would potentially want is like more health. I think, no. I'll take the flamethrower. Why not? Wait, no, it's not this one. Oh no, it was this way then? Well, like after a certain point, the upgrades become kind of irrelevant, I think. Okay, I really didn't want to run through that. I think apparently you do still want a little bit more strength though. 37k, oh yeah. Yes, please. Oh yes, extra jump is good too. More health. More stam. We actually need more health kits though, because we used... No, we don't need a new crystal yet. I would like to have 2. I guess we can get rid of 1 stamina. Oh no, I kind of want to have an extra health just in case. Like it's... You never know when things are gonna go, like, get fucked up. And you're gonna lose a bunch of health. Because, like, I got blasted by that fucking gun guy twice. Level 11. Alright, maybe we'll just try to go more for speed now. Like, well, we'll just like we'll try to grab the big stuff, but like stam, upgrade to refresh stam. Yeah, but if I'm getting chased by an enemy, I'm probably not going to be able to like go in the cart and grab that, you know? Well, you bought 14 strength because it's still it makes the enemies easier to pick up. Like, I don't know if I should even bother looting these like small drawers anymore. $600 is $600, yeah. Oh, this is like the first time I've seen this book. Not even kidding. All right, we're gonna check up here, but there's never anything here, so. Thinking we do a loop around here, see if there's anything big to take back to the first extract, and then we turn in. Yeah, but in their recent video, Cynic, they said they're looking for like suggestions to make the end game more interesting. So I think it will be okay. Okay. Oh yeah, there's the vase to grab, true. God damn it. What the? Oh, this is the glitch you were talking about. Is there anywhere I could put him where he couldn't escape? Hmm. Yeah, that's definitely pretty annoying.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Did I loot down here? I did, right? I don't know, I can't remember. Stupid bottle. I don't even want it. Oh. Somebody died here. Not really sure how, but that's nice. Ah, dude, fuck you. I don't even want it. Okay, that lets go of it. Okay. Should add in a shrinking drone. That's what I was saying. I thought that would be a cool idea, but it might make things too easy. Or I don't know. Like maybe if it could only be used on like one item at a time. Or well, like yeah, it's like the drone, so it just works on like one thing, I guess. Oh, that's the bottle I threw. Okay. Goodbye. Oh. Oh, wow. Need a separate cart. Yeah, I do honestly wonder if like the mini cart would be good for the balls.
Don't touch my nuts. Don't do it again.
I'll do it again. Actually, I don't know if I should have taken all that stuff. I think we could have just sufficed with taking out the bag. I don't think we needed to take all that stuff out, but... Okay. Wait, what's in here? What? Just... Oh my god. You don't need any more upgrades. What's the point of not speedrunning maps? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think I should. Oh, shit. Oops. Is there anything up top here? Oh. What? Ah. Ugh, I don't want to move this. Hard to be a loot goblin, I know. No, no, fuck. No fucking way, dude. Oh my god, I saw the staff. God. Throw him down the pit? Yeah, probably should have done that. Any day now. Nice. Fucking door. Of course. Dude, how fucking top heavy is this thing? Oh my god. If I put the heavy side in the cart, it's gonna fucking destroy everything by accident. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna take it up. Okay, we need to take this stuff out, actually. Can I grab it, please? Damn. Thank you. Okay. Now we just go to the other extracts, pretty much. I mean, if there's something really big nearby that's easy to grab, we could get it, but otherwise... Probably just focus on extractions now. I always hit, dude. Like... The cart can't keep up with how fast you can sprint in this game. There was an extract we left back in the previous area. Dude, what the fuck? Yeah, that one can't die. Smash him? Why? Guys, if he can't... I don't think he could die either way. I don't think it matters. Funny enough, this is like the first hourglass I've seen. What's up, Auntie? It's stressed at 7. Yeah, we're like super OP though. Did I just hear the gun guy? Wait, somebody just died. What the? Sure. Why not? I think it's here.
Stranger, thank you.
We also had like a box we left down here, I think. Jace. Everything? I need to heal, so I'm gonna grab... Pocket cart. The thing is, the sprint speed, like, you're pushing the cart the whole time, so, like, sprint speed doesn't really... I don't know, it doesn't really, like, do anything. Because, like, you can't push... The cart has, like, a max speed, so even if you get your sprint speed up really high, you can't push the cart as fast as you sprint. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. My PB was level 14.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Alright. Tumble launch is actually really good. Because it... Oops. Oops. Oh. What the?
Oh.
Wait, it's the same fucking room. And, like, how is that not a steady fucking sitting position? All right. Maybe I should just turn it in. Anything else in here? I feel like we've barely seen any diamonds. Wow. Alright, whatever, dude. I'm just turning it in. This shit is, like... I don't know. It's too annoying. Honestly, I think my mistake was putting the vase in the cart. I shouldn't have put the vase in the cart. It's okay, though. At least we have a small bag now. That's actually pretty helpful. You know what? I don't even think I want the battery. It takes up too much space. Not sure I even want the monkey either, but it's a bit smaller. It's crazy how sometimes you just don't see certain items, like, at all. I don't think we've seen a single explosive barrel yet. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Please, just go in. I mean, we could finish this extract, but... it is close to the exit, so... How's it not losing cost? Because I have the indestructible drone on it. Can I activate this from far? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not grabbing that saw blade. The gun guy's there, but there's no hole here. Excuse me? Oh. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, we got all of them. Oof. The cart's still not up here. Ah, Jesus. Alright, fuck the computer. Dude, that's fucking bullshit. Whatever. Okay. First, grab this. I didn't use scroll wheel. That's the thing. I just picked it up and it broke. Wasn't there 2 servers? I mean, do I even need to? I mean, I guess. I think this needs to go like this. Why is it so... Then we can do this, and yeah, the servers should fit in there, I think. Alright. Well, we're gonna put the card in first, and then, yeah, we'll just try to get these in. That's gonna break, I think. Ah, whatever, dude. Fuck. It tilted. I'm not gonna risk it. Damn it. It's not worth the risk. Alright. Well, we'll turn this in, and then we have another extract with a server next to it, so... I answered about my shaman. What'd you ask? Hey, Mr. Melancholia, thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, my shaman's still alive. There's no, like, other loot in here, is there? Perfectly fucking placed, actually, though. Oh, it's not worth enough. Nice. Okay. What the fuck is he shooting at, bro? What the fuck is going on? Ooh, an extra jump. I think we still have a bunch of big ones, right? Did we use a big... Oh, we used one big med kit, actually. I guess we'll... Actually, we can't afford another big one, though. Well, if we took a stam out, I guess we could. Get the small cart for the money bag. I don't know, dude. Managing 2 carts is just fucking annoying. I feel like. Oh man. The tumble launch goes so far. Is it annoying to have a big money on the cart while looting? I mean, yeah, kind of, but like... It's also annoying having to push 2 carts around. Honestly though, like, you could just... Whatever, I'm just gonna take the stam upgrade. I think an upgrade that, like, makes the... If you could, like, attach the small cart to the big cart would be cool. The thing is, they can't really make the cart that much bigger because, like, it won't fit through the doorways. They can make it maybe a little bit longer, I guess. for the loot. Jesus. Honestly, I should probably buy a second cart though if something bad happens and we lose the cart somehow. Okay. Alright, it's stuck. Can I grab?
My name is
Toilet bitch. I need to let my stam regen. Woo! Can I go into this store over here?
Don't touch my nose.
Like sending the cart fucking flying just by touching it. Okay, let's go turn this stuff in. We got the harp, we got the ball. This is like 50K. $31K in the bag. Very good. Alright, where do we gotta go now? Somewhere over this way. There was an extract the other way. There we go. Okay, back that way was an extract, but... Okay. Double TV. I don't think I can put these. Ah, okay. I wanted to just rest them on the ledge right here. I think I could have, I was a little impatient. Alright, let's see if there's anything down here, because I think we do still need a tiny bit more money. Oh, look at that. That's enough for the rest of everything. Wait, is it? Oh, right. Anyways, all right. No. You can fall on the left side? I didn't even know you could fall there. I genuinely did. I didn't think you. I didn't know you could fall there. Oh, all right. Oh. So she goes. Oh, that sucks, man. I was just getting, I don't know, I guess I was getting a little impatient. That was really stupid, though. Whatever. Whatever. I thought when I was on the plank I was safe, but yeah, I guess you can fall off the left side. It looked like there was no, yeah, I mean, honestly, the only thing that's ever gonna kill you at that point in a run is like gravity. Whether it's, you know, your own fault or like an enemy eating you into a pit or something, but yeah. I don't know. High quota in this game is fun, but I hope that in the recent like update video they put out for this game, they said that they want to make like the end game more interesting and make it like more threatening. Even that if you have like 10 extra jumps. Yeah, but if you're stunned, then you can't jump. So all that work, I know. I didn't think that was just such a stupid death because I didn't think I could fall there. It was just like completely. I don't know. I thought I was completely safe. How close are you to the end? Well, there's no end, so it doesn't it doesn't really matter. And the thing is, the game doesn't get harder after round 11. So yeah, I mean, you can go up to like quota 100 and it's gonna be the same as like quota 11. So yeah. Yo, Hiko, thank you for the 103 months. Thank you, Hiko. Also, PD, thank you for the 26. But yeah, it's the devs are gonna, I don't know, they're planning on making the late game more difficult and like scale further, but I don't think anybody really knows what they're gonna do. They were like asking the community for suggestions. Because yeah, I mean, once you hit 13 strength, you really are like a god. Nothing like. I'm not worried about. The only thing I'm ever scared of is gravity. Once you reach that point. Honestly, I think high quota in a team is like harder because in a team you can't get 13 strength. I mean, you could have one guy get 13 strength, I guess, but this game is actually much harder in a team, genuinely. Because you're just so much weaker. Straight for working on a R.E.P.O too. Yeah, brilliant. Or make the strength requirement needed to pick up monsters scale. Well, so what? So in a team, if you have 2 strength, you could pick up any monster in the game. I mean, that's also kind of dumb, don't you think? The thing is, if one guy has 13 strength and he dies, then nobody can kill anything unless you have... Well, I mean, that's not completely true. If you have like stun grenades or like a tranq gun, you can still kill stuff, but... My ending stream? I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm gonna do another run. We were on that run for like 4 hours. I mean, I didn't need to loot as much as I did, but... I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm just talking and chilling for a minute. Can revive that 13 strength guy in 3 minutes? I mean, yeah, but if there's 3 gun guys and a bunch of aliens and a bunch of crawler, like yeah, sure, but sure you can revive him. But like, dude, you know how many times I've died only for my entire team to die in like 20 seconds? 20 seconds later? It's like, yeah, just res the guy, but it doesn't always work out that easily. God, I can't believe I died like that. That was so fucking stupid, man. I just, like, I was not ready for that at all. If I had known I could fall off there, I probably could have, like, saved myself with the triple jump, but... You can split strength. Yeah, but then you have to work as a team to kill a monster, and if somebody's dead, then all of a sudden the monster can't be killed anymore. And then... Like, also, if there's a monster and your teammate's on the other side of the fucking map, then what does it matter? Like, it's just... This game is way easier solo. It just is. In my opinion. Anyways. I really like this game. I feel like high quota, I don't know, we could do like 10 quota speedruns or something, but high quota is kind of pointless because like the game just doesn't get harder after round 11, so like what's the point? Like if you've hit round 11, you've seen everything you can see, you know what I mean? So it's like, if they put out an update that makes the high quota like scale and difficulty, then sure, but I mean, ultimately you're just doing it. The speedrun's only to 10. Well, I mean, what, like, I mean, they're not gonna make a 20 level speedrun category. It's like a 10-hour run. Well, maybe it wouldn't be that long, but like 5 hours, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 hours, it would be really long. The speedrun timer should stop while you're in the shop. Why should it do that? Shopping is like it's like a skill check in a way. Or like, there's things you can do to make the shopping faster. Like you should have to be fast. Yeah, I don't know. We could do 10 quota speedruns. We could do Monster Hunter World. The map needs to get bigger. Big items should spawn more. Needs an enemy that can't be killed. I don't know about not being killed, but I think having an enemy... I think some enemies should be immune to falling in a pit. Maybe that's... I don't know. I think pits are just too strong. Because, like, at least if you need to, like, use grenades or, like, melee weapons, I think that's okay. Because that, like, it's just so easy to just throw something into a pit. Robe is sometimes mean to pits. Yeah, I think that's a glitch though. One invincible enemy after round 10 would increase difficulty. Not really in a way that would be fun or like that. Like you say that would make it more difficult, but like, okay, what if there's like, what if it's just like it? I don't think that would make it that difficult. I'm not really sure what they can do for the end game to make it more difficult. I mean, I think the enemy roster is just a little on the easier side. Like a lot of the enemies are pretty easy to run away from and like avoid. Lethal Company enemies are like so fucked in comparison. Isn't the point of a horror game to be horror? What are we talking about? Are you talking about Lethal Company? Yeah, I think enemies, like, yeah, strength is just so OP, because after a certain point, every single enemy in the game becomes, I mean, I don't know, they just become so easy to kill, but, I mean, I guess that's okay. I don't know. I'm excited to see what they do, though, with the, whenever the next update comes out. Yeah, you can do that, Armanda. I mean, if you're by yourself, you only need like 3 strength to pick up the baby anyways, but yeah, I mean, you can do it as a team. Oh, I don't know what to do, chat. I mean, I guess we could do some speedruns. I don't know. We could try for a little bit, maybe. I beat Employee of the Month. I didn't get every ending though. Oops. Oh yeah, Eclipsium. I keep forgetting about that. Alright, chat. Super fast first level. Here we go. It's not looking good so far. Hundred health, I know, dude. I'm back to being a pleb with no fucking grab range. Oh my god.
You should have done that. 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 You should have done that.
Well, hey, we got enough. I should have moved the cart away. But, whatever, I guess. I don't feel like this was a very good first level. Alright. So I don't think we want to get health early on. I think we want to get... I don't even know what we want to get. Maybe I could have got a sprint speed. Yeah, getting like one sprint speed probably would have been better because it just makes your stamina like that much more effective. God, I'm going the wrong way. Oh my god, where's the loot? I feel like this is already so bad. Hello, Afike. Is there any reason you don't use the early leave strat for shop? Dude, I've done like 2 runs. I haven't finished a run of this game. You act like I'm some... I don't know the speedrun strats for this game. What the fuck is the early leave strat? Tell me. Night rain leaks? No. On TikTok. This pace is not good. I know, I'm so weak. There's a trank or a featherweight. I guess feather? Dude, I don't fucking know. I don't know what's better, actually. I can't get both. Ugh. Just record pace? Yeah, totally. And if I get... I don't know what to go for. You have to lift enemies. Well, the thing is, if they're tranquilized, I think you can lift them a lot easier. I wonder, wait, can you do the... You can use like a health pack at the end of the round? Is it possible to use an upgrade at the end of a round too? Like that glitch or whatever? Chill out. There's never anything in the safes, dude. They're a fucking scam. Right. These guys are all fucking dead. Why do you leave? It's like they fucking know, dude. What the f— Where's the other fucking ducks? Oh. Dude, the RNG in this game is like so rough, actually. Cause like, seriously, chat. Sometimes you can just you can like walk out of the start and boom, there's like a fucking harp or like a statue or like a lion statue. There could be all this stuff by like level 3. But we're just getting like ocarinas and rings and fucking clowns. Well, the clowns are alright. We could have killed all 3 ducks, but then 2 of the ducks were like, alright, I guess I'm bored. I don't get it. All right. My God. Boom. That was a pretty good start. Oh, come on. Yeah. I don't think I can get all those. Well. All right, yeah, we got sprint speed this time. All right. Here we go. Yeah. I feel like there's probably certain spots you want to like prioritize looting on some of these maps. I don't know. Yeah, you could. I mean, it might be better to actually to wait at the beginning and not buy stuff, and then buy like a bunch of stuff on the second round. I don't know. Like, why do I even check these? I feel like checking the drawers is just such a fucking waste of time. Like, I don't know. I don't know where to loot. Just, there's... I guess I'm just blind. I don't know. There's nothing here. Can't get $9,000 even. Proceeds to check cabinets? Yeah, but... Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is already... Like, getting a good start is pretty important. And almost feels like this is already worth just resetting. So I could have checked that side room. Tried for one last Hail Mary. Yeah, like that was such a long second level. You know, honestly, it would be nice. Well, it'd be nice if you could just do any extract at the first, but that would obviously be kind of OP, I guess. All right, we got a feather drone, so I think we just have to get that. Honestly, 1 strength, so I don't get 1 shot. Or 1 health, I mean. Oops. Yeah, my solo run died. It was going so well, too. Drone just had to go behind a vase. Yeah, 25,000. RNG's just not on my side, I think, chat. Bridges can be pretty stacked sometimes. Keyword is sometimes, though. Can you stop doing that, please, Vase? I should have just taken it back to the start. It refuses to turn. This is so bad. Infinite energy glitch for the gun. Why am I alone? Because I have no friends. Nah, just because it's been fun doing solo. Get in their bag. See, fucking piano here. What can you do to me, huh? Oh. I'm having so much fun right now. You know, dude. Just... It's just like, I don't even want to continue. I just don't even want to try to continue. It's so horrible. It's so bad. What can I do? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. I don't know, man. Speedrunning this game is like... I don't know. I don't know, man. I definitely have more fun just pushing for like for high quota, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm feeling like I kind of want to just wait till the next update. Hopefully they'll add scaling, like they'll make it even harder as you get into the really high levels. No, it's not a glitch. So there's like, the way that enemies work is there's 3 different tiers of enemies. 3 different tiers of enemies that can spawn. Tier 1 is like those little mouth dudes. And so in the early stages, from what I know, there's like, you're more likely to get the tier 1 and tier 2 monsters. But what can happen is you can get a tier 3 monster. Like the game wants to spawn a tier 3 monster, so like the head enemy is a tier 3 monster. Maybe like the super slow knight. I can't remember exactly what is tier 3, but there's a chance that when a tier 3 monster spawns, it can be replaced by the lower tier. So like if you get a tier 3 spawn and then it changes, the tier 3 changes into a tier 1, you'll get 3 tier 1 spawns instead. So like what happened there is that, yeah, like it wanted to spawn a tier 3 monster, but then it changed it into tier 1, but because it goes from tier 3 to tier 1, then you get 3x. That's why you can get like, you can get 3 ducks, or you can get, apparently gnomes spawn in sets of 4, so sometimes you guys have probably noticed if you've played, sometimes you'll get like a fuck ton of gnomes. You get like 12 gnomes at once. So yeah, it's and it's apparently it's really rare. It's like a few % chance for the mob spawn to get downgraded and multiplied like that. Gnomes are easy to kill. I mean, yes, but if an army of 12 gnomes attacks your cart, they're probably going to destroy the entire fucking thing before you can kill all of them. Or like before maybe you won't lose everything, but maybe like half. You can lose so much money. It's really hard to actually, especially if you don't have range. If you have a ton of range, you can kill gnomes like really easily, but range is such a strong stat. I think strength is the strongest stat in this game, but range is also huge. I don't know, all the stats are actually pretty equally important, I think. They're easier to deal with than spewers. Well, I think you only need a few strength to kill the spewers, to like slam them. I think you need 2 or 3 strength to pick them up, so... It's not too bad. I don't know, just trying to play this game fast is like frustrating because the funny thing is you can get like a piano spawn or like a good spawn, but it can be in such a bad spot. And like in a normal, like in a speed run, that just sucks so badly. In a normal run though, it's like whatever, it's just a challenge to like to try to get it out of there, but when you're trying to go fast, I feel like it just starts getting so frustrating when you just like go through 5 rooms and all there is just a bunch of tiny little shit loot. I'm glad you enjoy my suffering. The tutorial button. I still never did the tutorial, maybe that's why it's flashing.